were objections to Exhibits 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated that it was more than the 2 pages that were there.
Okay,
So
all right.
we found those.
We've taken care of that.
We're in
so-
agreement, yes.
So 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence, okay?
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay, that's fine.
exhibits at the end
If
of
you
the
just
day.
get those to me at close of business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence.
Thank
Okay?
you. And that would be, did you?
Okay, Your Honor, we are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list for
Okay.
rebuttal. Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to say yesterday, and this witness was not one who we had this information from in the past. So we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick Smith?
Letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha. All right, yes, sir?
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of investigatory report as to who this person was or
I mean,
what
you
other-
can-
what the basis of it is.
Okay, I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can, I assume you don't.
I can
get
tell the
those-
court now, I can tell Mr. Carroll later, however the court would prefer.
What would you like?
We can have a break and talk about it. I know
Okay,
what's gonna be
that's
said.
fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it. But you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, anything further?
No, ma'am, thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead and take the stand. Mike, yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't.
Your Honor, what I was asking was if he could have a bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken
There.
care of that.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work,
No, I did not.
or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes,
And she worked through a company, correct?
yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior to that summer of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay. Why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise, and I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe, the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body-worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it's echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door, and if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key?
Okay. And in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you took care to make sure of?
I mean, the basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck, sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked, because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic, is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as I went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay. And was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, that meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage, and Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. Now, so you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door, and Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay, so your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believed that it was. That was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay, so when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door, I guess, partially open for them. And then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay, and did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit, and there's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time. But
And why were you looking around the basement?
well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay. And so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay, and were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other than
I
the
did
closet?
I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay, so whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay, so what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there. But I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement. And it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state.
And so where would Lily normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. her dog bowl's always in the dining room, where there's mats, placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be the kitchen, and through the through the doorway of the kitchen would be, the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
Okay, so
She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, was it one flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so did you go up that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Okay. When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay, and was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
And what did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, and which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor when I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say
Come with
anything
you?
to her.
Okay, so you continued on,
Yes,
but you realized she was there.
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay, and in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine, and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in the bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees, and Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her, he was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they?
No, I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard. I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
Alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that could. I don't know if he could see it, but it is.
Okay.
It is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock. Okay. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering. I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not, and it's February, so
okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police.
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you'd said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear, when at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay. And is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay. So from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay. And what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers, that she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned
Okay,
at this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
She was his, sorry. She was his.
Can you say the whole statement of what
He said that she was his and that she gave herself to him, to me, she gave herself to me is what he said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally, it's brushed and straight, or, well, not really, I mean, it's still curly, but, you know, it's more kept. It was kind of large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point. And so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do then?
I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time, and then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that. At some point, he asked for me to leave, and at a different point, he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine at that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her, and I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Okay. Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay, so what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving, and
Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, and she told me that she couldn't see, and I asked her to let me see, indicating that her hand was covering her neck, and she very shakily removed her hand from her neck, and I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room, and I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, meaning indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I know what she was doing now, but I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
I don't think that's what I was thinking about
Okay.
I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that time.
Now, what happened next?
Christine told me that she was bleeding out, and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And what did you tell her?
It was at this point that there was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm. And I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the she was in front of the master bathroom door. There's kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far
When
at
she shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up, and I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe, was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe, was that put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me, basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were tending to Christine, what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, was it, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that, when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
Okay. And do you know if she followed your advice?
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 came, how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing, kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife, and that I had shot him. And I identified myself as an officer, gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth. And so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood. And so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and she did, and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door, and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine. And actually, my finger went inside of her neck, and that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were removed off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound, and the fact that part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try. I would say that both of us continued to try compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her. I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was, I don't know, I guess we were focused, I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay. And in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that, she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I guess I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but it didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
in the beginning, you could see that the blood was like, I guess, partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe, and what did you do?
I mean, this was back to putting pressure and covering the wound, and
Now, did there come a time when the first responders arrived?
yes, after some time, the first responders arrived. I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door. At a different point on the 911 call, the 911 operator advised to get towels. And Juliana, this was before opening the door. Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
Now, had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I guess I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels, and at that point I grabbed the comforter that was kind of all around me, and I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do after that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse, so I had to remove the towel, and I saw that it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore, and the pulse was significantly weaker, and I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, and do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time. I don't know. You're not really thinking about how long it really takes, but the wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you testified, you stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay. Let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here. And I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom, and I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you
guess-
went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still positive?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now, when you were taken away by the first
Mr. Carroll, is
responders?
this a good time to have the morning break?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our 15-minute morning break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
All right, you are watching the Brendan Banfield murder trial. It does look like there's still some activity going on in the courtroom. I know we've been hearing from Judge Penny Ascarati in the moments between when the jurors leave the room and when the break starts. So I don't know if we want to keep an eye on this for a moment longer, just to see what.
Since you're still testifying,
Yeah.
do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney at this time, okay? Let's come back at 11:45.
All rise.
Okay, so you still see a lot of activity going on in the courtroom. It does look like the judge has cleared the room, though. You know, we have been hearing her give instructions, and that's where we're learning a lot about who might be coming up to the stand next, Andy.
Yeah. So first of all, we've seen a lot of comments on our YouTube channel, a lot of engagement, commenting on what we have seen so far. So this is day 2 of Brendan Banfield taking the stand in his own defense. And the day started off with the prosecutor, Jenna Sands, asking Judge Penny Ascarati if she could bring a rebuttal witness in the coming days. This is someone who basically reached out to the prosecutors following Brendan's testimony yesterday, and she claimed, Jenna did, the prosecutor, that this person had specific information that counters something Brendan shared during his testimony.
Right, and she did provide the name. We're going to hold off on sharing that name for now. And it did seem like there's going to be a conversation about if this will be allowed, because obviously defense attorney John Carroll has no idea what this witness is going to say, who they are, so that's likely going to be a conversation that's happening.
But that struck me as a bombshell, because I didn't expect it, and
already, and he
also,
barely said much at this point.
And we know, that Brendan taking the stand is a very rare occasion, and it could go either way. But basically, Brendan picking up from where he left off yesterday, really speaking to the events of the morning, February 23rd, 24th, excuse me, 2023, nearly 3 years ago, what happened that morning. And we pick back up for him explaining, he got the call, he was at the McDonald's, and I know for those of you watching, you're here because you're invested. You know the details, but now we're sort of going over things and dissecting what was said, and giving you legal analysis as well from our expert. So Brendan picks back up what happened that day. The morning that Christine was stabbed to death, his wife, and Joseph Ryan was shot and killed. He said that he got the call from Juliana, and he specifically told her to stay in the car with his young daughter. He goes back to the home, and this is where it gets very detailed.
Right.
A lot of
extremely detailed.
Extremely detailed. sometimes a bit of minutia.
Yeah, and we do see your comments. People are writing, why is he sharing so many details? How does he remember all of these details? And it's a fair question, right? Is it a moment that just stays with him because it was so traumatic? Or why does he know all these details and such specific details, little turns, exactly where people were standing? Just interesting stuff that hopefully Frank and our body language expert, Janine Driver, can also weigh in
It
on.
is interesting. Now, possibly it might be some of his training kicking in. I mean, he was
To
an
be aware of
IRS, a
everything.
former IRS
Right.
special agent. He claimed that specific morning he had a big operation that he had to do, and that's why he had left the home and gave us the timeline. But what we learned from his testimony today was that he went back to the home and that he did see the car in the driveway, an unknown vehicle, and he entered the home through the basement, and he really described what that looked like. You know, their dog Lily was
Right.
in the basement, which is unusual, he said.
And he said, I think he said her dog bowls were down there, the
which is
fence
also
was up.
unusual.
Right, but you know, it kind of goes in line with if he's following along with the Telegram messages where Christine's profile user, Anastasia, was corresponding with Joseph Ryan's username. And in that conversation, we saw this
Specific
chatter
instructions.
about how the dog will be downstairs. Don't worry, she won't bother you. So you have to wonder, you know, he also saw that testimony, so he's very much aware of what was in those text messages.
Yes. Just really gruesome details. We don't need to get into all of the gruesome details, but basically he described what he saw, right? And that he went up the stairs in his home with his service weapon and opened the door and shouted police.
Right, but he also, I think it's important because I do see in the comments people asking, where is his daughter at this point? So let's rewind a little bit to when he's outside. He tells Juliana, he tells Juliana to stay in the car. He doesn't say anything about his daughter, and when he's pressed on that, he says, well, I told Juliana, and Juliana was with the little girl. But he goes into the basement, and then he says, all of a sudden, Juliana's in the basement with the little girl. So he kind of makes the suggestion that Juliana's not following his instructions. I believe he used that word at one point, to stay in the car. She follows him into the house holding the little girl. So, you know, this is all happening while somebody's in the home.
An intruder at that point is
Right.
in the home. He tries to paint this picture that he thought that this was an affair happening.
Right.
And he spoke to that, you know, that he really thought that this was an affair, and that, but he got emotional, that it was upsetting because they never caught one another in the act. And that was his response to John Carroll, his defense attorney, asking him, why didn't you call 911?
Right.
And I think that's what we were all asking, is at what point, why wouldn't you have called 911? But
Yeah.
he, in his mind, he said that he thought this was an affair playing out.
Yeah, and Annie, he talks about how, you know, the whole narrative from Juliana was that the reason she went back to the house is that they left their lunches. Hers and the little girl's lunches were left. So he says he was going through this process of, do I just ignore it? Do I go get the lunches out of the refrigerator? Do I just go back to work? And it's really confusing for those of us who maybe don't understand, but he says he thinks that it's just an affair. And Annie, can we talk about the description he gave of the noises he heard coming from upstairs? Because that was intense. He said he heard skin-on-skin contact and moaning.
Right.
And the little girl's downstairs through all of this too.
Yeah, he did describe that. And then I know some of you were commenting on this as well, that, you know, he said he heard skin-on-skin contact, basically sex, and he heard moaning. But then he later followed that up with saying that when he was describing what he saw after opening the door, he said, you know, he saw Joseph Ryan clothed.
And he said Joseph looked at him.
Right.
He said Joseph looked at him, that Christine was not clothed, and she was, you know, on all fours. Again, this is graphic, so if you do have little ones, maybe don't have them in the room for this conversation, but this whole trial is very graphic in nature. But he did say that Christine, he calls her Christine, he doesn't say my wife. I thought that was interesting. Was nude and on all fours, and that Joseph was behind her and was clothed. And we mentioned, interesting, because he said he heard skin-on-skin contact downstairs, so you have to wonder, well, what's going on here? Like, what
Very
is happening?
specific detail.
Yeah, but you know, the moment he decided to go up there, he said it's because the moaning he heard from Christine no longer sounded like pleasurable moaning. It sounded like fearful moaning. So I thought that was interesting that that conversation of why did you eventually decide to go upstairs? And again, upstairs with his gun out and identifying himself
Still,
as a
no
police
one calling
officer.
911.
Nobody has called 911. It's not even a conversation. So, you know, his gun is drawn and Juliana's in the house with the little girl. And he says all of a sudden he hears footsteps and Juliana is behind him. Luckily, the little girl is downstairs. Thank goodness at this point she's not following along too. But he makes a point to say he didn't tell Juliana to come upstairs. He didn't tell her to come in the house. As far as he knew, she was supposed to stay outside at the car. So I thought that was interesting that that was all brought up.
I'm curious to hear what Frank thinks, our legal analyst. To me, this sounds a bit of the, you know, the heat of passion defense, which is a legal strategy. I'm curious if Frank thinks that so far this is possibly the approach.
Right.
If
Like,
we could
what is
ask,
the plan
Right.
here?
What is the strategy from the defense? But just speaking to the moment that you know, he is now in the room, the door is open. He describes what he sees, and this is where it gets extremely disturbing and gruesome details that we do not need to get into, but there were some words exchanged. He said, he shouted police holding his service weapon. Christine responded, Brendan, he has a knife. And he claimed that he saw something silver in Joe's hand.
Right.
And Brendan told him to drop the knife. Joe then responded, drop your gun.
Right.
And this was a bit of a moment where he had to go back and restate himself, but he basically said, Brendan said that Joe said to him that she was his and that she saved herself for me.
But Annie, when he says that, he didn't
Or
quite,
gave herself to me, excuse
he
me.
didn't quite
gave
get it
herself to
right.
me.
Yeah, he misspoke on that, and I thought there was a
Right.
moment there where he kind of got twisted in his words, and we heard defense attorney John Carroll be like, do you want to say that again? So that definitely, I'll be flagging that for our body language expert, Janine Driver. You know, a lot of people are sending us questions, but also commenting on this. Somebody was asking, so I do want to answer some of these questions if we can. People are asking, is cross going to happen today or tomorrow or next week? The judge said yesterday she wanted it to happen today. She did ask John Carroll if they were going, you know, how long this was going to take him, and he said it wouldn't take long, but clearly we're a few hours into or like 2 hours, I guess, but an hour and a half into this, and he's still going, and he's still not even through that morning. So I'm curious to see where this is going to go. But we do expect cross to possibly happen today, but it's looking like maybe tomorrow. And then another question people asked is if Juliana is going to be called back. It's possible, right?
It is possible.
Who would call her back? Frank said yesterday he could see the prosecution calling her back, but the defense likely wouldn't because, you know, they want Brendan's story
Complete different,
to be
right, different story.
Yeah.
The prosecutor, Jenna Sands, we saw her response to a lot of it, to the camera pan to her face. I mean, it looked like to me that she was
Taking
really
notes.
really writing down, I mean, fuel for her cross-examination. But I'm curious also to hear from our behavioral expert her expressions, because I felt like she was watching it just like we all were.
Yeah.
Right?
And so Janine commented on it a little bit. Janine Driver, she's our body language expert who will join us later today. And she said that it looked like Jenna Sands was feeling confident. So we keep seeing her kind of watching him, and then this little smirk after certain things he says. She's in the courtroom actually, Janine, right now, so she's going to be watching that, and you know, we can't see everything, so Janine's keeping a closer eye, and she's going to let us know what she sees in that regard.
So that is what we where we left off on day 2 of Brendan taking the stand in his own defense. You know, this, I know that that was a looming question. Will he take the stand? And we kind of, you know, talked to Frank about that. The fact that it could be high risk, high reward.
Right.
But I think what we got out of Brendan's testimony so far is really just about, you know, like how he met his wife, the family dynamic, the relationship, and the fact that he admitted to having previous affairs, and he claims that Christine did as well. So today, when he speaks to, I thought this was just
An
her
affair.
having an affair.
He's trying to set the stage of why he didn't call 911, because I think we're seeing a lot of people here in the comments being like, oh my gosh, why haven't you called 911 yet?
Or also,
Right.
why haven't you called 911 yet? But also, the details that he talks about once Christine is now hurt, she's wounded, she's been stabbed in her neck, and he claims that Christine was able to walk
help.
him through
Right.
assisting her.
Right, and he talks about how she was assisting with compression.
Yeah.
He's holding her neck.
I mean,
She put
very
her hands
specific
over.
details.
Yeah. One more question we just got from somebody. They're asking if any of the family members are in the courtroom, so I would like to answer that.
Yeah.
We do know that Brendan's, I believe his stepmother and his father have been in the courtroom. I'm not sure if his mother was there today. I know she hadn't been on several occasions, but we could check in with Matthew Torres on that. We do know that Christine Banfield's family has been in the courtroom, and I know that Joseph Ryan's mother's side of the family has been consistently in the courtroom there. And I know his mother, she has been watching this virtually. She wasn't able to make it up here for the trial because of some health issues, but she is watching, and she does have some of her relatives in the courtroom to be there as a show of support for Joseph Ryan. So there are family members there, and you can only imagine how hard any of this has been for them. I mean, the visuals we've seen are absolutely horrific. And then just this, it's hard to hear whether or not you believe him. It's still difficult to hear these details for anyone involved.
It really is. And I mean, we've been listening intently to every word, going back to yesterday where he stressed that he did not plan with Juliana to kill his wife, saying that he only found out about the website, the catfishing theory, the catfishing allegations after Juliana was arrested.
Right. And he also said today that he didn't know Joseph Ryan. He was asked directly, did you know Joseph Ryan prior to this? And he said, I didn't know him prior to this. And then he said, John Carroll said, had you ever had communications with him prior to this? And he paused. And then he carefully said, I had had no prior communications with him prior to February 24th. So I thought that was interesting. I'm curious what Janine will say about the pause. And just a reminder, if you have questions for either of our experts, you can text those to us at 202-895-5599. Again, 202-895-5599. Frank Salvedo will be here for the lunch break to answer as many of those questions as we can. I do see a lot of those questions popping up. Some of them we can answer, but the others we will save for Frank to answer during that 12:30, 1 o'clock-ish time frame of when the lunch break is.
It's been really interesting to hear everyone's thoughts and comments and questions. I mean, it's a riveting testimony, a gripping testimony, right? And so many of you are invested, so keep those questions and comments coming. Again, 202-895-5599. But also, Katie, we've been monitoring the YouTube chat as well. So if you are watching via YouTube and have an account, you can also insert your questions there, because we want to hear all of it. We are watching this just like you in real time, and it's been an interesting 2 days, and I'm curious how long this will go on. I mean, we're really getting into a lot of the details. We left off with him describing, the scene, and we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and during the next break, we're gonna get you up to speed. We'll play you some of the testimony from yesterday from Brendan, some of Juliana's testimony, and I think that's important here because you're gonna hear that distinct difference in the
We're already
testimony.
seeing big differences here. Speaking to Juliana's testimony, the part of her claim was that after the murders occurred, at some point, I think a few months later, she moved into the primary bedroom. And we have seen those images, the pictures of the room remodeled. They got new flooring, new furniture, the couple's photo right there on the nightstand.
And so I think the police officer even testified to this, that when they went there in February of 2023, it was Christine and Brendan's photo in picture frames on the nightstand, on the dresser. And when they went back in October of 2023, they found Juliana's photo with Brendan, photos of them as a couple. And so, he made a point when he was up there.
Everything had been moved in.
And he made a point that this was just an affair. He made it so clear to her that this was just an affair. Well, if it was just an affair, why did she move into the primary bedroom with you? These are questions I think the prosecution is going to ask, and why? How did that happen if it was just another affair?
After he lost his wife.
Right.
It's really, there are a lot of questions.
Right. And then all the traveling they did, right? Because we know that they traveled together numerous times, both prior to Christine and Joseph Ryan's deaths, as well as after. We know they were traveling. They were spending time with friends. So, you know, there was a lot of public moments for them where they were a couple, if you will. And we know that Brendan's mother was paying for Juliana's
Legal fees, right.
up until obviously when she took the plea agreement. And a reminder, because I do see it here in the comments a couple of times, that Juliana did take a plea agreement and would get time served. It does look like, though, court is starting. We see Brendan heading back up to the stand, so let's take you back into the courtroom.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we left off at the point when you were being told to let the first responders take care of Christine. Do you recall who it was that advised you to go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were tending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay. And at that point, what condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing, and my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay. We saw from the body cam video, excuse me, we saw from the body cam video you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that? What was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground.
Okay.
And I wasn't walking properly. So they seemed to want to get me checked out.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No.
During the period of time of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I only remember being hit in the back of my shoulder.
Okay. And when you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
I was crying. I was having, I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating. I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. And I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about another topic that came up during the trial. What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were, Christine and I started looking for windows back in 2021. We received quotes from 10, 12, 15 different vendors. The shopping process was long. Over the course of the quotes and shopping process, we've refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens. And one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors.
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows. I believe it was in July of 2022, which is also before any relationship with Juliana. And we've placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana, meaning that the windows were fully decided prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now, did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana, and that was after February 24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
Now, the window job that you had Vinylite do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows. There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple pane in a sliding style. I think that was the main changes, besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving on to the personal weapon that you have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used on the 24th?
Yes, my personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house, and at different points she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
And so when you testified that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels?
So when she went to the bathroom, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom. When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point, were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd?
I'm sorry, February 23rd, I apologize. Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christina and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that. But Christine and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally, and so we had discussed that, and she was telling me about some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay, and was Royalton Resorts one of those?
That, I believe, was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed, and if we would probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out, days off and things like that.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could, continue to review it later.
Okay, to show her,
Yes,
or to show you, I guess.
yes.
And how did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual messenger of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that.
Okay. And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the discussion about the travel arrangements, did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with Lego with Valerie.
And did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and bedtime at that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed, so that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
When you returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats, and but really we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day, so I had taken Valerie to swim lessons. Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8. Christine and I had celebrated my birthday, I guess, the day before. On the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
Okay. And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym, and then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And when the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
I don't seem to remember much about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research that we were talking about.
Now, did there come a time when you recorded Lily and the sounds that Lily made and makes?
Yes. I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay. And in doing that recording, why were you making a recording of Lily's sounds?
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout of the house and see how far it took to get to places, and where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him, and he heard sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside. And I believe it reminded him of the noise.
Sustained as
Yeah,
to.
I don't think you can say what he thought.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
He asked
Objection,
me to-
hearsay.
Based upon your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
And does that accurately represent the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings I made several different recordings for her. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it and you've listened to it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
Here, I'd move that in as defense exhibit number 377.
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is a different, it was annotated as a different exhibit. Do you want to make it 378?
Yes, sorry, Judge. I thought we'd stopped at 376, so that's why.
You tried to get 377 in, but we didn't, so
Yeah,
378?
378, thank
Okay,
you.
378 in evidence.
And Your Honor, may I just chat with counsel for 1 second? Your Honor, the file that I was about to move in is already in evidence in the Commonwealth's case, the 911 call.
Okay, that's the exhibit 1 or exhibit 2 or 3? We have 3 911.
I believe it's Exhibit 1.
Okay. All right.
Court's indulgence, 1 minute.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, have you ever used or looked at FetLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I had never used or looked at or heard of FetLife previously.
Were you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Did you have any knowledge of whether she had used Craigslist ever?
I think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
No.
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine would primarily communicate?
Primarily, we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together. And if it's messages, such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without getting into what she had said, were there times when,
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
what if any times were there conflict in terms of sexual?
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
In terms of your sexual relationship with Christine, what if any differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
But did those differences, what if any effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting, never expected to be in, would never want anyone to be in.
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, things would you do differently in the room confronting Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
When you shot Joe Ryan, were you aware of where you had hit him immediately?
No.
When when was it that you found out that you'd hit him in the head?
Actually, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where I hit him until we had discovery.
And why did you shoot Joe Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Is my power cord in your way? Is my power cord in your way?
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
Good. So let's understand, this is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom, you did not tell the police on that day in the hospital, you did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Judge, I'd object. May we approach?
You can approach.
Sorry, thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police in the house, you didn't tell them in the driveway, you didn't tell them at the hospital, you didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay, and you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my
I
attorney.
see. Okay. So now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November. And
Okay.
I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story?
Actually,
of
I
you
did
protecting
have-
your wife. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay, understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you took trips together, correct?
yes,
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No,
No? Okay, it's on your phone?
yes.
Okay, and the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay. So let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel Commonwealth's 244. All right, so Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize the username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my
A little
Discord.
bigger so you can see. Has some more numbers after that, D21? All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay,
Name.
and Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay. So if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay. On this occasion, she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
Yes.
right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
No.
No? Okay. You beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct? How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
And those are a different day, it appears.
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any objection? Okay. All right, 244 in evidence.
And Judge, if that's been published, the jury will let it linger for a second, and then if we can, take it down. Judge, if we can move to display to the witness and to counsel, Commonwealth's 245. Mr. Banfield, I'm going to just scroll through it. Let me know if you recognize this letter.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And this is your letter to Juliana,
Correct.
written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
Yes, it appears that I was definitely in love with her definitely starting in the summer of 23.
Oh, okay, so it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship. With other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer this is Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection? No. 245 in evidence?
And again, you describe here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead?
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
All right. Judge, if I can discontinue the display.
All right.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant. Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana. Is that accurate?
It looks that way.
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 246.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's a foundation for him identifying it, Judge.
Microphone, I just can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know that he's actually identified it. I think he's just agreed with her
Oh,
statement.
I'm sorry. I thought he said, yes, this was his letter to Juliana. This is your letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right, 246 in evidence?
And here you said that she's your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Yes, that was referring to a gym partner.
am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is after Christine
I mean,
had passed?
if you look at that, it also is that I declared that she was a hero because, in my view, she saved my life that day. I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look, Judge, if we can pull this down. Commonwealth's 247. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
All right, and this is another love letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd offer this into evidence. Is Commonwealth's 247.
Any objection?
No objection.
247?
Okay, and if we can pull this down. If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's 250. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana?
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her?
That is something that you wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
Any objection? 250 in evidence?
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay, and they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
All right. You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
Definitely not.
Okay. You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay, what would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay, but you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess it was a relationship where they would already know that I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were, is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him, and they were not together at that point.
Okay,
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
okay, but you were married at that point.
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about Christine and her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history, indicating that she was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again, as it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, could you ask that a different way?
Okay. When, from what you've seen in court, she sets this up, she's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll, I think it's an Ariel doll in the picture, and that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
you never looked at her Facebook?
yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You presented us with 20-plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I, if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger, there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo? I'm
sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay. When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FetLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup, correct?
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that it happened when I was not home, based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right. But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages that
That's
were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it appears.
Okay. So the person that she picked, again, was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FetLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between the other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay. When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh, on the
right?
23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay. And you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening, and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly,
Okay,
because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay, you didn't see her with her phone at all, did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, and she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Lidsky's work, would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that within
I
a,
saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
got it, okay, so she was just with the phone, not using the phone,
Yes.
I see. Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes, is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37, is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911,
I did not.
okay? And you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of the McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's, you're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement, is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believed that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp, too.
Right, your mind
Christine's
changed. It
Yes.
wasn't sex anymore now, it sounded bad.
Yes,
Okay, at that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
yes.
Okay, you didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay, so you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
yes,
Okay. You didn't shoot.
no.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a moment while I log back in. Judge, if I can have the witness and counsel take a look at Commonwealth's 251. Mr. Banfield, is this the person that you saw when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
Joseph Ryan? Yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth's 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled, 251 in evidence.
So this man, Joseph Ryan, planned to kill your wife, having left this completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning/yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange, and it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay, but that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay, so you believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the 2.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes,
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
yes,
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
yes. She told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my
Right.
hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can pull down the current display. Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal?
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal. And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
yes,
Okay, and she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
yes. Her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay. So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
yes,
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because your
Your Honor, I'm
wife?
gonna object.
What's your legal objection?
She's talking about the case, and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's the legal?
It's not relevant.
Overruled.
I don't know where he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricant for your wife, correct?
I guess.
Who
I don't
he may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess. I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes,
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
that's my understanding.
Okay. So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long, under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, that would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay. And you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have, my shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there is not a lot, and there's very little space there. And I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay. Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes,
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot. Would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I mean, I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, it sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group,
Well,
but I don't know.
without speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay. Why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was something that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house, and generally when I could or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
So your gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and babysitter have access to?
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay. So Juliana didn't have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different. I have my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine has her own code to
Right.
the door. She just, being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
So when you observed your babysitter picking up your code, because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I'm aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Is this a breaking time for lunch, or you let me know? Okay.
I only have a
That's
little
fine.
bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
That's fine.
I won't
Let's
make
do it.
everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement background?
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are attending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. So
Okay.
I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per
the
her.
upstairs, okay. Okay, so you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone?
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, the blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point,
think
after
that-
you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay,
I thought it was right next to me.
thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and, I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Don't discuss the case and don't do any outside research. See you back here about 2:15. Again, Mr. Banfield, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney until you're finished, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
You might want to ask your lawyer a question and not me before you ask me a question. Do you want to,
Can I go up there?
yeah, go ahead and ask. What's the question?
I think it's probably not an appropriate question, Judge, so we're just going to leave it as is.
Okay, not an appropriate question, so you can't talk to your attorney, okay? All right, thank you. All right, we'll come back at 2:15 then, okay?
All rise.
Can I put this in my bag?
All right, you have been watching the Brendan Banfield murder trial. I'm Katie Lusso. This is Frank Salvedo, a criminal defense attorney, our legal expert. Just to start off, I do want to let everyone know at home that if you are watching this, you can text us any questions you might have for Frank. I know we've heard a lot. So if you have any questions, you could text us at 202-895-5599. Again, that number there on your screen, 202-895-5599. All right, Frank. Wow. I mean, Brendan took the stand yesterday. That was a surprise in itself. I know you watched that kind of unfold live with me. You were just as shocked as I was. And then we saw him on the stand there today. We saw him being peppered with questions by his defense attorney, John Carroll. And then the prosecution took over. Let's go back to the beginning here, if you will, Frank. I do have some clips that I'd love to play for you of kind of the highlights of his testimony yesterday. But before we play that, I want to talk briefly about what we just saw happen before court went to lunch. So they're going to be on about an hour-long lunch break. What was that all about?
The question at the end?
Yeah, so we heard Brendan Banfield ask the judge, Judge Penny Ascarati, can I ask you a question? And she said, maybe check with your lawyer first. And then there was that weird exchange.
It seemed like it was something to do with perhaps him viewing the exhibits that were on the screen.
Okay.
It was something logistical, I think. So I don't think it was anything major. I was interested when the defense attorney said it wasn't an appropriate question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what happened. We might see that once Mr. Carroll starts his redirect. It seems to me like it was something ministerial or logistic, but we'll see.
Is it common that a person on trial would turn to the judge and say, I want to ask you a question, or was that odd to you?
That is definitely not common.
Okay.
Usually you want to keep the judge on your side. You don't want to directly address the judge. That was a little bit awkward and uncommon. He's been in the courtroom a lot. He is a federal law enforcement officer. He knows his way around testifying. So that was unusual, which leads me to believe it was something ministerial or logistical. We'll see if something comes out in the redirect.
All right, let's take you back to yesterday when Brendan Banfield first took the stand. Again, he is on trial for murder, accused of killing his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. If we could play you some of those clips from yesterday, I would love to take a listen to that.
All right, call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magahais?
Yes. The relationship started as professional in October of 2021. In August, Juliana and I were home alone. Juliana started texting me while I was complaining about her dating activity. Quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge. The people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. Described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. She came with me into my bedroom. She was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her. Also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, that I have had affairs previously and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Do you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
All right, Frank, so that was yesterday's testimony, and I'm going to have you kind of delve into that a little bit in just a moment. We do have Matthew Torres standing by. He just got out of the courtroom, so I want to get to him. Matthew, you know, we've been watching this testimony from Brendan Banfield for several hours. It has been tense. It's been emotional. There's been a lot of details coming out. How are the jurors reacting to Brendan? Frank and I are going to discuss kind of the details of what happened, but I would love to hear from you. You know, we can't see the jurors' faces. How are they reacting to him?
They're giving really different reaction depending on the juror, and it seems like, you know, one who's always been kind of leaning forward is doing that more so. The other who's kind of been looking away to the gallery has been doing more so. But specifically when he was discussing entering that bedroom with his gun drawn, really all of the jurors, as I've said before, were locked in, were really paying attention to what he said. There were a couple of them really kind of leaning forward. There was one gentleman at the end there who was kind of leaning backwards. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether or not they're convinced by what Brendan Banfield is saying there on the stand, because there are points where maybe one other juror starts looking bored, starts looking up, but still somewhat taking notes. There are a couple people who have been really intent on taking notes. There's one older lady at the back corner. She's kind of looking downward sometimes. She looks at Banfield, she looks at us. And there were maybe 2 to 3 jurors where their hand is like on their chin like this, or their hand is kind of on their forehead. There's one woman on the front row specifically, as he was discussing kind of the stab wounds, how his finger was in her neck because they were so deep. Her brow was just kind of frowned and her hand was on her chin. And she kind of maintained that look throughout his entire testimony, at least today. And so it's really fascinating to kind of determine and figure out what they're thinking at this moment. Do they believe what Banfield is saying? As you saw there from Jenna Sands just moments ago, really trying to poke holes in his testimony, hammering him with a bunch of questions of why he didn't do this, if he felt that it was a dangerous situation. And so a lot of going back and forth too, almost like a little bit of a tennis match as far as the swivel of the necks there from the jurors, as she was really peppering him with a lot of questions.
Yeah, and Matthew, thank you for that. I know that also yesterday, the body camera footage that we heard last week was released. I'm trying to get clarity on if we do have the edited version of what you put together yesterday available to play, but I know you wanted to talk briefly about it, and then maybe we can play that video when Matthew's ready.
Yeah, I think it was certainly a moment last week. It was roughly 50 minutes long, and we were able to hear the audio. We weren't able to watch it last week. Obviously, that video has now been unsealed, but it was really fascinating to look at the jurors. Even though there were moments where Banfield appeared to be crying right there as this video was being played, the jurors really just kept their eyes on the screen, watching every single moment. There was a point where we were questioning if they were trying to look at his demeanor, whether or not he truly was emotional. All of that really came to play when we watched the video finally, when we were able to see it unsealed yesterday.
Do you have that package? So we're going to play the clip you edited together, kind of explaining the body camera footage.
Can you have someone check with him again?
In this newly unsealed body cam video, we see the moment doctors tell Brendan Banfield that his wife Christine has died.
Your wife has died.
A provider tries to comfort Banfield as he keeps his head down, appearing to weep.
So sorry.
She offers to let him wash his hands so he could feel better. His hands were covered with blood, Christine's blood.
I was trying to apply pressure.
Yeah. I mean, those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There were so many.
Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury.
But despite the emotions we hear, prosecutors say it was Banfield who stabbed his wife multiple times in the neck and the rest in the home.
The guy was, I don't know.
That's after prosecutors argue he and his au pair, Juliana Magales, shot and killed a stranger named Joseph Ryan. They're accused of luring Ryan and attempting to frame him using a fetish website. About an hour earlier, you see Banfield getting on his knees in his bathroom as officers investigate the bedroom where Christine and Ryan were attacked. Prosecutors argue the au pair moved into that same room, continuing their relationship after the murders.
Where's my daughter?
From the time Banfield was escorted out of the home to being evaluated by medics,
Where'd all this blood come from, I was holding her neck.
he asked for updates on Christine and his 4-year-old daughter, who was inside the home at the time of the killings. He appeared to cry throughout the entire ambulance ride, and up until the moment he asked a chaplain for prayers.
We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. Lord, we ask that you...
Of course, you can watch that video now on WSA9.com. Something to note as well, Katie, before I send things over to you. We obviously saw Banfield appearing to wipe away tears during this trial. We were paying attention to what his emotions would be on the stand. So far, none of that emotions when talking about the death of his wife. Katie?
All right, thank you so much, Matthew. And I know that you're going to be staying in the courtroom and continuing to watch as we continue to hear from Brendan Banfield. Frank, they wrapped up with the prosecution. She finished her cross-examination, but now the defense is going to be able to go back in and question him some more. Let's go back to the initial first time we heard Brendan up on the stand there, and that was yesterday. I know we played some clips for everyone. What was your initial reaction to seeing him up there and the words coming out of his mouth?
Well, I was definitely surprised that he took the stand. As we talked about, that is a high-risk, high-reward move. I think it's something that Mr. Banfield probably advocated for, given the state of the evidence. Definitely surprised to see him up there. There was a lot of issues that he had to work his way through. There's a lot of bad facts for him. He did work his way through those. I think his approach is, I'm gonna just admit to all of my dirty laundry, so to speak. He went through other affairs that he had.
Right.
He talked about in direct and cross-examination that he had met other women and had affairs with them. He then kind of brushed Christine with some dirty laundry of his allegation about her having an affair.
Right.
Still don't know what the status of that is, whether that was true or not. But he had a lot to deal with. There's a lot of bad facts for him in terms of the personal circumstances. His relationship with Juliana, his prior affairs,
Right.
those are all terrible facts for him. Probably the logistics of what actually happened is probably a stronger point for him than all the build-up regarding his relationship with Juliana. So to sum it up, really surprised he took the stand. I think it was something that he advocated for. I wouldn't say he forced his way onto the stand. He hasn't shown a ton of emotion. but that's probably the product of nerves, and that he has probably rehearsed this to some extent with his attorney. So sometimes you lose emotion when you say something over and over. So to sum it up, surprise, bad facts to deal with, and he's worked his way through those bad facts. It'll be up to the jury to decide. You see from Matthew's reporting, seems to be a difference of opinion on the jury panel. Some are looking at him with a very furrowed brow, so to speak. Some are just sort of sitting back. I think it's really impossible to read the tea leaves there. I've had juries that have sat back and been very relaxed, that have ended up with a bad verdict, a conviction, from my perspective. But I've had juries that have been sitting back and you get a great verdict. Really tough to tell what a juror is thinking. They've settled into a pattern. We'll see what they ultimately think. There could be a difference of opinion here. Again, that's something we talked about over the past couple of weeks, whether a hung jury is a possibility.
Well, let me ask you this. You know, we're not seeing him, he's not being painted as a great guy, right? But I think the question many people are probably asking is, well, he seems like he wasn't a great guy, but does that mean he murdered his wife?
That's exactly it. And that's the defense's approach. They pretty much said, listen, we are going to acknowledge all of this bad stuff rather than to run from it. Now, you saw when Jenna Sands started off, she started off her cross-examination on a topic that I thought was a little bit quasi-inappropriate, and I think Mr. Carroll objected at the bench because she started asking him questions about why he hasn't told this version or this story before. And that was even after he had counsel. And typically you have the right to remain silent. You're already protected by an attorney. There are some twists and turns in this case. But then once she got into the dirty laundry part, I think she scored some points on him in terms of his relationship, his love for Juliana. I thought she scored some pretty good points there.
She brought up a lot there.
But I think the defense's perspective was like, we're going to own all the bad stuff, and then hopefully the jury will put that aside and really concentrate on the facts of what happened. But I don't know if those two are separable.
All right, so we're going to talk more about the prosecutor, because I remember when we were watching it, you were like, oh, no, don't do that. Actually, you know what, let's get into that first. The danger there, I think you said the word mistrial. The judge could have called that a mistrial. What is the danger with her walking that line? Obviously, he does have the right to not speak, or but...
So the judge overruled that objection, but as soon as I saw that line of questioning, you and I discussed it for a second. It's just that after somebody has, and there are twists and turns in this case, there are footnotes, there are other issues because he was going to testify for Juliana and everything, and I understand that. But once she started to go down the road of, well, you haven't told this story before or talked to the police before about what you're telling this jury, that was kind of after he already had an attorney, and no attorney would allow their client in this circumstance to go in and give a freewheeling interview to the police. So that was kind of, and I think what Mr. Carroll objected to, that was kind of a slap to his right to remain silent, especially after he's represented. She was kind of commenting on that. So he did go up to the bench, and typically the way that works is the defense attorney will make an objection, the court will rule on it. She overruled the objection, but he probably preserved that for purposes of an appeal, because now if he is convicted, then the defense can go to the Court of Appeals and say, hey, listen, the judge allowed that line of questioning on the main witness in the case, and that could be a problem on appeal. Again, there are some nuances here, there are some twists and turns, but I think that's what was going on when he objected to that initial line of questioning. I was surprised she started off with that. I probably would have started off with all the dirty laundry, which then she right away got into.
She got there.
And then she started to score some points.
Well, let me ask you this. A lot of people have been commenting, is he going to be able to appeal this if he does get convicted because of ineffective counsel? But was this the first, I know you said no, likely not, but was this the first moment where you were like, oh my goodness, he could appeal this if he gets convicted?
Sure, there's a number of issues that have come up in the case. There's some pretrial litigation that came up, that could be a grounds of appeal if he's convicted. Also, every time there's an objection to some evidence coming in or being excluded, that is another possible basis for an appeal.
Wow.
But in order to win an appeal on a case like this, if it's on the defense perspective, it has to be something really significant. It has to be something that's prejudicial to the trial. And yeah, commenting on somebody's right to remain silent starts to go into that territory. So anything that comes up during the trial, the court reporter's there, the judge is ruling, overruling, or sustaining, anything like that is a potential grounds for appeal.
All right, so stay tuned on that. If you do have questions for Frank, you can text us at 202-895-5599. Again, that number is 202-895-5599. All right, so Frank, you're joining us now, and we left off with the prosecution, but I would love if we could go back a little bit, and I'd love to play you some clips from earlier and just kind of get your reaction to these moments. And this is when Brendan Banfield is on the stand and being questioned by the defense. This first one I want to play for you. It's the initial conversation he says that he had with Juliana when he first pulled up to the home, and that conversation was he told her to stay in the car. Can we take a listen to that?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay, and what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her.
All right, so that was that initial, conversation he says was had with Juliana. Talk to me about your reaction to that moment.
That's a tough moment for him to explain. The logistics of the shooting, I think, are explainable, and I think that was explained by Mr. Banfield.
Right.
But the lead up, the McDonald's, the stay in the car, the daughter being in the house, those are not tremendous facts for him. But that's something he has to deal with. Those are facts that the defense had to deal with. They worked their way through them. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to be successful or not. This is the peril when you put your client up there, or when he demands to be up there. He had to answer some really difficult questions, and Jenna Sands got to those eventually in her cross-examination.
She did, and my perspective on this was that he's trying to immediately off the bat paint this picture of that Juliana doesn't listen, Juliana does her own thing. Do you think this is going to switch over to him trying to put the blame on Juliana? Because we already heard him talking about Christine, and while he said that she in the past had implied she was into some of these bondage things and other things that he says he was not into, but do you think we're going to see him switch the blame to Juliana instead of Christine, or what's going to happen here?
That's a really good question. It seemed like there was some shotgun approach. My approach is usually more of a straightforward approach and going with one defense. There's a little shotgun approach here. The jury could be sitting back thinking, well, wait a second, and some of your viewers have commented, wow, Juliana got a great deal. She got manslaughter. Like, why would we treat the two of them any differently? Now, I understand the reasons why, that he is purportedly the planner according to the Commonwealth's theory, but perhaps the jury's thinking this is a heat of passion thing. There's some reasonable doubt about whether this was a premeditated plan. So maybe there is a feeling that the defense is kind of throwing out the possibility of a manslaughter, lesser offense.
Which is what Juliana's charged with.
To kind of treat them both the same. Like, why should they be treated differently?
Right.
I understand people will say, well, there's good reasons to treat them differently. But they seem to be throwing out a little manslaughter, heat of passion defense. They're also throwing out a little bit of Juliana's a wild card. She didn't listen. She, according to his testimony, kind of seduced him, showed him names that were similar to his about guys that she was having some contact
Dates,
with,
right,
over dating, right, and that she wasn't successful. So there's sort of this implication that she's a wild card, she's seducing him, she's doing her own thing, she doesn't listen. She was able to get the combination to the safe by a little bit of sitting next to him and seeing the combination. So there's a little bit of dirtying up of Juliana, and maybe part of the defense and perhaps a jury is thinking, well, maybe Juliana set this whole thing up in order to be with him versus Christine, or a combination. It's really a shotgun approach in order to get 1 or 2 jurors to have that reasonable doubt, because 12 of them are going to go back there and they're going to talk about it. And maybe if there's all different theories about what the evidence shows, then I think the defense is hoping that that's a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and again, you've talked about this at length, but he doesn't have to prove who did it here. He doesn't have to prove Brendan did or didn't do it. He just has to make people question if somebody else could have done it. Because once you start thinking somebody else could have done it, then you can't say without a reasonable doubt that it was Brendan.
Right. So, and in Virginia, the judge will give instructions that it's not a probability of guilt. It's not a suspicion of guilt. It's not just because he's charged. It has to be proof beyond any reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt is sometimes not defined under Virginia law and certainly not under federal law, but some judges have described it, even in federal cases, as a reasonable doubt is the same thing as a hesitation to act in an important matter in your own life. So in other words, if this evidence was about, and this is oftentimes a closing argument that I will give, if this evidence was not about Mr. Banfield, if this evidence was about whether your child should have open heart surgery, would you go ahead and go forward with that open heart surgery, or would you get a second opinion or a third opinion? Are you that convinced by Juliana and the Commonwealth's case to go forward with an important matter in your own life, such as your child's surgery, or to buy a house, which is obviously less important? So when you put it in that context, sometimes people will say, well, wait a second, I would hesitate to make that action, so therefore I have reasonable doubt.
All right, I do see a lot of questions coming in. We're going to get to those in just a moment, so thank you everyone who is sending them in. If you have questions, you see the number there down on the screen. It's 202-895-5599. We will get to those questions, I promise you, in just a moment. Frank, I do want you to listen to a couple more clips, though, from earlier today. Let's play this next one about when he hears the moaning. The reason he says he goes up the stairs, he says he hears moaning. And remember, he came into the home. He says Juliana followed him into the home, even though he had told her to stay outside. And Juliana, when she followed him into the home, she brought the little girl with them. A lot going on here, but this is when he tells John Carroll he heard some noise upstairs. Take a listen.
I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of that, where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
And what did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
So a lot to unpack there. He's explaining why he didn't decide to call police, and that's a question we've seen pop up in the comments numerous times. You pull up to the home, you're supposedly being told by Juliana that there's an intruder in your home, you go into the home, you don't call 911, you stay in the home, you hear moaning, you still don't call 911, then you go upstairs because you think the noise has turned to violence, and you still don't call 911. You have him up there on the stand, he's your client. What are your thoughts on the way he's answering these questions and the language he's using? I mean, I've never heard anyone say skin-to-skin contact.
Well, first, I think what you just summarized in your question is the prosecutor's closing statement. So I think If you could take that 30-second clip and put it in Jenna Sands' closing, I think that would be the closing.
You're
right?
welcome.
A lot of it just doesn't make good sense. Right. And then you never know when your client is going to get up there, or any witness, whether they are going to stumble along and say something that is, I wouldn't say it's outlandish, but it's approaching outlandish when he said skin-to-skin contact, and that's what he assumed was going on, but it was not 911-able, is essentially what he's saying. That was a really difficult moment for him. As we've talked about, he has to be close to perfect. And people think, well, on the defense side, you just have to create reasonable doubt. But no, when in a case like this, where your client testifies, you, and I mean the defense attorney and the client, because you can't control every answer, have to be perfect. And any misstep, like we've discussed, can be fatal. And that was a potential misstep. That was something that was cringeworthy for sure. Again, there's 12 jurors.
Right.
Maybe some took that and found some truth in it, or found that it was not particularly important to everything else that had happened. But that was certainly not the greatest testimony that I've ever heard from a defense.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, you know, he's probably nervous. I would be nervous, right? And so you have to wonder if that's the way he talks when he's nervous. Obviously, we've only heard one other audio clip of him, and it's that 911 call where you know, the first thing he says is, I'm a federal agent, one of the first things, and then he explains what happened. But at the end of the day, we don't know him and we don't know what his personality is. But that was definitely something that caught my attention, and I'm sure the jurors probably caught that too.
Sure, and it's, if he wasn't nervous, then he's really, then what are we doing, right? So even an innocent person is going to portray a lot of nerves, probably be more nervous, be glancing around, looking around, sweating, that type of thing. So really can't read too much into, I think, the body part of it and whether he's looking this way or that way. He's definitely nervous. Anybody in that position would be nervous. Everybody in the courtroom is nervous. I can tell you the defense attorney is nervous, the prosecutor's nervous. That was probably the most important cross-examination that prosecutor has perhaps ever done.
Right.
So she's probably thought about that for a long time, and she showed some nerves as well. It's impossible. I've done this for a long time and have done many jury trials in federal court and death penalty cases and whatnot. If you're not nervous, then you need to quit and do something else. So he was clearly nervous. You never know how he talks normally, but what he said was problematic versus how he said it.
Interesting. All right, let's get to some of these questions because they're kind of connected to this. The first person said, hi Frank, will Miss Sands be questioning him after the lunch break? And also is raising a flag about when Brendan said he heard skin on skin noises, but then Joe Ryan was found fully clothed. The first part we can answer. Jenna Sands actually, I think she's done with her cross. Can she be brought back up?
She can't.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll will get another chance, but no, Jenna Sands was not a lengthy cross-examination. I think she scored some points on some of the logistics leading up to it. I thought the stab wound part was not particularly effective, but certainly all of the au pair relationship, I think that was very effective. Some of the letters that they exchanged, some of the letters that Mr. Banfield, wrote to Juliana, I thought that was a very effective line of cross-examination. So no, she is done. Now Mr. Carroll will get a chance to do a rebuttal. They tossed some language out about the dog. I don't know if there's going to be any testimony from the audio expert that didn't testify last time. I don't think that will happen. But no, she is done. Mr. Carroll has one more chance, and then Mr. Banfield will go back and sit at the defense table and see what the jury ultimately decides.
Okay, at the beginning of court today, we heard Ms. Sands get up there and say to the judge that she actually would like to call a brand new witness who was brought to her attention. This is somebody who watched Brendan's testimony, and she says reached out to the Commonwealth and said, I have information that contradicts what Brendan Banfield just said up there in the stand. And we heard this conversation between the judge, Jenna Sands, and John Carroll. And John Carroll said he's just made aware of this. He needs time to think about it. Can she just bring someone new up to the stand as a witness like that?
In Virginia Virginia has traditionally, back in the day, so to speak, been more of honestly a trial by ambush state. There are very limited discovery rules going back years about discovery in criminal cases. You often get more discovery in a dispute about money in civil cases than you get discovery in criminal cases, traditionally. Now, that has changed over the past several years, where there is some additional discovery requirements that the Commonwealth and the defense have to provide. Also, each judge can provide his or her own discovery schedule. So in this case, it looks like the judge has said, listen, both sides have to do witness lists, we need exhibits beforehand. You know, she has given everybody noise in terms of how you do the exhibits. There is probably a discovery order in this case with regard to witnesses. That does happen where somebody jumps out of the blue and says, oh my God, I'd listened to this testimony and I want to come in and this is all, it's a little bit of and it could be completely legitimate. It would seem like, given the length and breadth of this investigation, that any witness that's out there with the press coverage and everything, any witness that is out there has probably already been contacted or interviewed. So it is definitely a surprising element that all of a sudden we have somebody whipping open the courtroom doors to say liar, right? Which is essentially what they're doing.
Yeah.
We'll see if the judge allows it.
Okay.
The judge probably will allow it if it's relevant and if it's truly somebody that has come in off the street with new information that nobody knows about. It's kind of a rare circumstance. She may allow it. I would think it'll be very brief. She's not going to allow a long-winded, expansive witness to come in that's not on any kind of witness list.
You know, Frank, I know you are a criminal defense attorney. Have you ever prosecuted a case?
I have not.
Okay. So, but you've been in the room with a lot of prosecutors, so you know how they act. How do you think she's doing?
I think she did really well once she got into, like we talked about, when you cross-examine, and it's no different cross-examining an accused versus a cooperator. And you see some parallels between what Mr. Carroll did and what Ms. Sands did. Mr. Carroll said, hey, Juliana, you didn't tell this story until you got all the discovery in the case. She really did the same thing. So that kind of doing the same thing. If I'm cross-examining a cooperator, kind of like prosecuting that cooperator. So she did a very good job once she got into the successful stuff. You always want to start off with the successful stuff, the easy stuff. Get him to admit A, B, and C. Once she got into that, she did really well. Talking about his keeping himself silent, that was a little bit iffy. But once she got into the good stuff, she kept it short, she kept it punchy. That's been kind of her theme throughout all the cross-examinations. I think she did a good job on those big points. And she'll bring it all together in closing, which is really going to be the most important part from now on.
All right, well, somebody else asked, a follow-up question to that. Do you think Mr. Carroll is doing a good job with Banfield on the stand? So specifically the Brendan Banfield portion. Obviously, Brendan is a strong personality, it seems. Do you think Mr. Carroll is handling that exam or that testimony well?
I think he's handling it well. It's a difficult situation, difficult client, difficult facts, right? So he's driving through a snowstorm and he's trying to make his way through some really difficult icy patches. I think he's doing a good job with what he has. Like we talked about yesterday, this case isn't a beautiful filet mignon. This case is a lot of hamburger that he's trying to piece together. He may not have expected some of those answers from his client. So once your client is up there on the stand, you've lost control of your client and you have to then deal with the answers that he gives. So yes, despite what some folks might think, I think both sides under a tremendous amount of pressure. Remember, there are lives at stake. The humanity of this, their lives have been lost. His life is at stake. You have a almost 8-year-old young daughter now whose future is going to be decided. There's a tremendous amount of pressure. And to sit back and say he's doing this right or this wrong. It's hard when you're in there and you're under the lights.
You mentioned earlier that maybe the strategy, maybe the plan is to push for that manslaughter, that heat of the moment. Somebody asked, how would heat of the moment come into it when Brendan says himself he knew his wife cheated, so did he, and he was okay with it? How does that play in?
So in order to get a jury instruction, in order to get any type of jury instruction, there has to be a scintilla of evidence or any evidence to support that instruction. So I think what Mr. Carroll will say is, listen, there's enough evidence here, Judge, it's murky enough to get a manslaughter instruction. So the jury will be instructed from the highest crime possible all the way down to potentially a manslaughter instruction. The judge will have to make that determination when they have the jury instruction conference as to whether that's even an option for the jury. Now, if the judge says, nope, I'm only given the most serious instructions, it's either, he's either getting first degree or whatever the most serious charge.
Second-degree murder.
Yeah, if he's either getting second degree or nothing, and I'm not giving any other manslaughter or lesser included instructions, then that's what they roll with. That could be a basis for appeal. But really, it's any evidence, even a scintilla of evidence to support a theory or a charge. The judge generally has to give that instruction, has to give that option to the jury.
Yeah, and so it looks like Brendan is facing 4 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of using a firearm to commit a felony, 2 counts of child abuse with disregard for life, and 1 count of child cruelty. So those are the charges he was facing, but you're saying those charges could kind of change.
Well, the aggravated murder is the most serious. That's going to most likely carry a life sentence. But underneath that, I think Mr. Carroll will argue for, hey, listen, there are other scenarios here that might support a lesser charge, whether it's second degree or manslaughter. I haven't seen the instruction conference, but he may offer up different options. So this way, when the jury goes back, and let's say 10 people are saying he should get aggravated murder, and I'm not moving off of that, and 2 people are saying he should be acquitted, I believe it was exactly as he told us, and there's a reasonable doubt, then perhaps there's a compromise verdict where they say, all right, we'll settle on manslaughter. And that makes some sense because that's exactly what Juliana got. So that could be what's going on kind of behind the scenes, is to give the jury an ability to reach a compromise verdict.
All right, let's go back to talking about how John Carroll wrapped up his testimony with Brendan Banfield. And, you know, it ended with him talking about Christine Banfield and whether or not she was into FetLife, into that sort of thing. And Brendan said that, from what he understood, she was into that type of thing, but hadn't been in recent years. She had brought it up, but it had been several years. He said he didn't know about any plan. They went back to that language of the plan, which was part of Juliana's testimony, that Brendan came to her with this elaborate plan. The importance, in your mind, for him to end that conversation with Brendan by bringing back up the plan, what was that about?
Yeah, he was trying to end the examination on a different note, and I forget exactly what it was, but the prosecutor was able to say, wait a second, objection, that's been asked and answered, or it calls for speculation.
Yeah.
So he was at the end of his examination. He needed a few more questions to just kind of end it on a high note, so to speak. So he went back to plan and just wanted to end it with there was no plan. Now, I can guarantee you over lunchtime after that cross-examination, he's thinking about, okay, how did he get beat up in the cross-examination, and how do I repair that a little bit? I think you'll see probably a 15-20 minute guessing redirect to kind of just rehabilitate him a little bit. We'll see if they call another defense witness, unlikely, and then we'll see if the judge allows this supposedly surprise witness to walk into the courtroom unannounced and give some testimony that is apparently very bombastic and startling.
So this is definitely a working lunch for John Carroll and Brendan Banfield. They should be getting back in the courtroom in about 20 minutes or so. So let's get to some more questions. Again, if you have a question for Frank, you can text us at 202-895-5599. Again, that number is 202-895-5599. All right, so something that stuck out to me, though, other than the plan, is that one of the very last things I heard Brendan Banfield say, and it caught my attention. I literally looked up to the screen. He said, "I wish I had shot him earlier." I mean, that feels like a lot to say out loud and to say in front of the juries. He's never denied shooting Joseph Ryan, but to say, "I wish I shot him earlier," do you think John Carroll was okay with him saying that, wanted him to say that?
I don't know if it was the ideal answer. I would
Okay.
say it was less than ideal from a defense perspective. I think he said he waited less than a minute or about a minute. I think he said less than a minute before he shot Mr. Ryan. And Jenna Sands did a nice job to say, okay, 1, 2, 3. And when you really think about a minute's time, that is a long, long time. So I think the jury might be questioning, well, why would he wait so long if his wife is being stabbed like that? So he had to say something, but probably the choice of words was less than ideal. Maybe he could have phrased it as, looking back on it, I am disappointed in myself that I did not stop this attack sooner, and I should have ended this attack sooner,
Yeah.
versus I wish I shot him earlier.
Right, it was the language for me that was startling almost, because he was saying what you just said in different words. He was saying, my wife was being attacked, I wish I had saved her, but that's not what came out of his mouth. What came out of his mouth was very powerful for me to listen to, at least.
There's a lot of things that have come out of his mouth that were slightly cringeworthy. But does a jury look at that and say, okay, he just bared his soul, he admitted all of his dirty
He's being
laundry,
truthful.
he's being truthful, he didn't hold anything back? I could see at least 1 or 2 jurors on there, typically, that would say, okay, well, he's just bearing everything to us, which is better than how Juliana was. Remember the cross-examination of Juliana, she fought everything. She was very testy. She was very closed. And Mr. Carroll had to pull things out of her. And people were thinking, wow, she's being very evasive. She's being very difficult. So perhaps a jury is looking at it and comparing the two. As we've talked about, man, that is a huge risk to put him up there, because now we've kind of forgotten about Juliana. Everything is about Mr. Banfield and how he's looking and how he's acting and how he answered and whether the language is striking. We've forgotten about Juliana.
Why isn't he crying? Why isn't he emotional? There's so many things. I know one of the first questions that came out of one of my colleagues' mouth was, why isn't he emotional? He's talking about his wife supposedly being murdered and he's not showing emotion. He showed more emotion when that audio was playing in the hospital.
It went from all about Juliana to all about Mr. Banfield.
Yeah.
That's the risk. Whether he'll be rewarded or not, we'll see. But now the jury is that she's in the rearview mirror. They haven't thought about her at all.
Do they bring her back, though? Do you think this is a moment where the prosecution says, let's get her back up here to answer to some of this?
I think the prosecution has made their points with Mr. Banfield. They don't want to put Juliana back in front of the jury. That was the weakest part of their case in a way.
Really?
They want to keep her in the rearview mirror. And now successfully, because he testified, she is in the rearview mirror. All the focus was on Juliana. Everybody was asking, why did she get such a sweetheart deal and stuff? Nobody's thinking about that anymore. All they're thinking about is, does Mr. Banfield's story make sense or create reasonable doubt?
Yeah. Let's talk about the prosecutor, Jenna Sands. Obviously, she took over around 12:17 and she wrapped up right before they went to lunch. I know somebody put in here in the question, I don't remember the exact question, but I remember it staying in my mind, and they wanted to know if the prosecutor moved too quickly through him. Do you think that she should have spent more time pushing and pressing for answers on things, or did she need to be quick and to the point?
Her style, both attorneys have had their style, and it is difficult when you're in front of a group of people for 3 weeks to suddenly create a different persona. John Carroll is very methodical. Sometimes people can think he is not moving with enough alacrity. He's not tenacious enough. Maybe he's not flamboyant enough, but that's just not him. So if he shows a different personality for a day or so, and then he goes back to being himself, the juror's going to see him as fake. Jenna Sands is a little bit more punchy. You see all of her cross-examinations have been very punchy. She usually comments on the answer, which oftentimes, at least in the court that I'm at, usually the judge will remind counsel to be dispassionate at counsel table, to not comment on an answer that they might get. But that's been her style. Mr. Carroll hasn't objected, and her style is short and punchy. Myself, whenever I'm dealing with a cooperator or a long witness like this, I would probably take it a little bit slower, be a little bit more patient, and break that person down a little bit until they have no room to maneuver. Her style was, listen, I'm just going to basically give you my closing statement, make him agree or not agree. She didn't really care what the answer was. Her style was short and punchy. Mr. Carroll's a little bit more methodical. Two completely different styles in front of that jury.
What are the pros and cons, would you say, for the level of respect that they owe Mr. Banfield while he's up there on the stand? Do they owe him respect, and are the jurors paying attention to the level of respect they give him?
So the prosecutor has to walk that line. You don't want a alleged double murderer, in their view, to come up there, and you don't want to be deferential to him or respectful too much. You want to give an air of, I don't believe you, and this is why. I would break a person like that down more factually, so the jury understands that now, wait a second, you're not the smartest one in the room. I'm the smartest one in the room, and I'm going to show these other smart people that you're a big liar. That's the way I would break somebody down. So she has to give respect, enough respect, while still giving that air of being indignant that he has the nerve to get up here and lie to these ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So she has to walk that line. She's been walking in a little bit on both sides of the line there, and the judge hasn't held her back at all as far as her commentary on. The judge gave Mr. Carroll free rein with Mr. Banfield, and I think she gave Ms. Sands a lot of free rein as well.
You know, we're going to come back and hear the defense attorney, John Carroll, back up there, but let's talk a little bit more about the cross-examination. You know, we heard Ms. Sands bring up the stab wounds, the number of stab wounds that Christine had, and somebody asked what you think about the prosecutor's questioning about the number of stab wounds, and I believe she said that Christine had been stabbed 7 times and had an 8th cutting wound, and she was really pressing Brendan Banfield on, you know, you talk about this one stab wound and you talk about this other one, but what about the 5 others? And he says, I don't know, you know, it was all a blur. You know, how important is that back and forth right there?
I didn't see that as making any solid points.
Okay.
There is some minutia there, but I think given from his perspective, right, the craziness of that moment, I didn't think that was particularly important. Whether there's 2 stab wounds or 5 stab wounds, maybe that fits in part in the blood spatter evidence and whatnot. That was a little bit of minutia for me that kind of went away from her style of just being short and punchy. I think where she made points was the letters where he professed his love for Juliana. That was a real troubling aspect in terms of his motivation and his relationship with her. I thought it was more effective there than the minutia about the stab wounds. Now, she might have done that, and they showed him the stab wounds on Miss Banfield. She might have done that perhaps to show that he had no emotion about it. She showed him the stab wounds, and you would think at that point he would become emotional seeing those images. He didn't show any of that emotion. So perhaps there was some strategy there where it was an excuse to show him stab wounds and then elicit nothing from him because he really didn't give much emotion.
You know, we also saw her showing him the texts and the letters that he wrote to Juliana and really poking holes in this theory he presented that Juliana was just a fling. She was just another one of his affairs. I believe she brought up that Brendan actually dated somebody else that he had met off what prosecutor Jenna Sands called a fetish site. He was searching for sugar babies, and Brendan was very clear to say it's not a fetish site. But he did say it was an arranged relationship, and he went on these websites because he wanted people to know he was married. Your thoughts on that? It kind of takes us back to that they're not saying he was a good guy, right?
Not saying he was a good guy. Will the jury look at that and say, oh, what a cad, what a terrible person, what a terrible father, what a terrible husband, so therefore he must be a murderer? Or will some jurors look at that and say, well, he embraced every blemish in his background? And certainly if any person has, certainly there's no perfect people, and he owned up to everything. It was a calculated risk. They couldn't keep that tight and say, oh, he never did anything with Juliana. That's the complete lie. They decided to own part of it in order to sell or advocate for the other part of it.
I think we actually have a clip we could play for you about Christine and the conversation of FetLife, so let's take a listen to that.
Were you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Observed with FetLife. In your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without getting into what she had said, were there times when...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
What, if any, times were there conflict in terms of sexual...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
All right, so that was the conversation when John Carroll was still, asking him questions before Prosecutor Jenna Sands took over. Your thoughts on that back and forth? We heard a lot of objecting.
So, two sides to an objection. Sometimes you want to object because you want to keep something out, obviously, and you want to show the jury, like, I know the rules of evidence better than this other guy or woman. Here, I'm wondering whether the jury wanted to hear that information. That was information coming from Ms. Banfield. So it's probably hearsay. There might be an exception to the hearsay rule. But that's something where she objected quite rightly and the judge sustained it. But I'm just wondering whether the jury did want to hear that information. If Ms. Banfield was interested in that type of activity, perhaps that's something that the jury wanted to hear. So sometimes those objections, even if sustained or you win them, you've kind of lost the jury because it looks like you're perhaps hiding information that you don't want the jury to hear that might be harmful to your case. So you have to be careful with your objections because you don't want it to seem like you're hiding something that's going to help the other side and hurt your side.
Do you think it came across like that, though, or do you think it came across like John Carroll was, we've seen a lot of people talking about how Brendan has speaking, relatively poorly about Christine Banfield, his wife, the woman he loved, the woman he was with for nearly 20 years, the mother of his child who was brutally murdered. Do you think that, this is poor choice to talk about Christine like this when she's not here to defend herself? It's
the words he used and perhaps the artfulness of the question was less than an ideal situation, but he's trying to get out some difficult facts, and he's already admitted to these affairs and this terrible stuff and everything in his personal life. So this case is so wide open and so crazy in a way. I don't think the jury felt like, wow, that was a bridge too far. They may have thought, wow, I would really like to know if there was any interest in this activity, because that is really relevant to the ultimate issue of who placed the ad. Would I rather have not had that exchange if I'm the defense attorney? Yes. But at the same time, you just don't know how those 12 people are sitting over there thinking. There could be one or two jurors would say, wait a second, I want to hear that. Why did she object to that?
Do you think that this conversation, all of these questions that John Carroll asked, do you think Brendan knew them ahead of time?
Yes. There's only a foolish lawyer would put somebody on the stand that they don't know what the answers are going to be. There is some loosiness to his answers that probably went off what Mr. Carroll expected. But, he's been working on this case for a year, or more than that. He's talked to his client over and over. I think he expected all those answers. Same way the prosecutor expected all those answers from Juliana or the detectives. So remember, this is a federal law enforcement officer. There's often training, even when, I don't know about the IRS, but about how to testify in court. So everybody is well prepared and well rehearsed. It is a very rare circumstance where a prosecutor or a defense attorney calls somebody and really has no idea, has never dealt with them before, and they're just asking wild questions. Now, for this surprise witness that perhaps is coming up, you might have a little bit of a wild west, because if Jenna Sands hasn't talked to this person,
Right.
John Carroll doesn't know who this is, now we're just calling somebody off the cuff and it's just wild.
Right.
So we'll see. I didn't think there could be anything more wild than Mr. Banfield taking the stand, certainly surprising, but now we have an extra cherry on top of this trial, which is a surprise witness that nobody's ever dealt with.
We've been hearing from people asking in the comments questions like, why wasn't the family's prior au pair called to the stand to testify? Questions like, why wasn't this sugar baby called to the stand to testify? Are those important people that the defense or the prosecution should have brought up there?
Those could be a prior babysitter who would come in and say, perhaps be a character witness for him and say, listen, when I was there, I had no issues, I had no problems, he was not creepy in any way. That could be really helpful for the defense. I think it's something that either the judge said pre-trial or both parties decided, you know what, there's enough of that in this case, we're not going to bring in anybody else. But perhaps this surprise witness is one of these same people.
Interesting. Question for you from the chat on YouTube. Somebody said, Frank, may I please ask you to give your unfiltered opinion? Will the Commonwealth get a guilty verdict? What do you think? Not to put you on the spot, but let's put you on the spot.
If I had to bet something significant in my life, it is a difficult case for the defense. I don't know if they're going to get aggravated murder, but I don't think he is going to walk out with nothing. If I had to bet, I would say some type of lesser charge or perhaps a hung jury. But that comes with a lot of disclaimers. If I'm in the courtroom, I could tell you kind of my unfiltered absolute opinion. You know, you don't want to hire a plumber and the plumber says, well, I don't know what to say, right? So I don't want to be in that position. But if I'm in that courtroom, if I've observed those jurors and that trial and
Which
the judge,
you haven't, yeah.
which I haven't, I could pretty much tell you, I think the way this is going to go.
Yeah.
But you know, you cross any 12 people on the street, you don't know what their political bent is. You don't know what they think about things. You don't know if they distrust the police or they distrust attorneys or they don't like the IRS.
Right.
You know, there's a lot that's going on in this case. Unfiltered opinion, he probably gets convicted of something, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was aggravated murder or an acquittal. But I think it could be somewhere in the middle or perhaps a jury that can't reach any unanimous decision.
All right, we've got a couple more questions. We're going to try to get through these before they come back from lunch. Okay, so somebody asked, how does sealing evidence work and how can the public see the evidence and when?
Yeah, so sealing evidence works when it's something private and personal that just shouldn't be out in the public
Which
arena.
a lot of this is.
Which a lot of it is. Oftentimes in federal court, if somebody is cooperating with the government, they will keep all of that paperwork under seal. That is typically sealed until further order of the court. What I've seen in other cases along these lines, those autopsy pictures, reports, etc., kind of filter out over time if anybody has a real interest in looking at that. I don't know if anybody should have a real interest in looking at that. Typically sealed for about a year in my experience.
Okay. Somebody else asked the question, let me try to pull it back up, but they want to know why the prosecution didn't further question about why Brendan Banfield and the au pair broke up. We heard it get brought up there briefly, but she says, or this person says, they broke up, made up, that was brought up. Did she demand him to leave his wife or he was pressured to keep his money by killing her? They're just wondering why the prosecution didn't push that further when that conversation opened up.
Yeah, I thought that was room there to do things along those lines. They know more about the case than any of us. So she may have been struggling with, wait a second, he's going to give me an answer that I don't want. It could be as simple as she wanted to get done with that cross-examination before lunch because she needed to go deal with this surprise witness who's supposedly going to blow his testimony apart. So it's not like they're sitting back, chilling out, eating a sandwich, having coffee, and laughing about what happened. She's running back to deal with this witness who's all of a sudden come out of nowhere. Carroll is trying to get all of his questions together on the redirect. I thought there was more room there for her to do more, but it's a style thing. I take a little bit longer. I'm a little bit more of kind of a cross, like between the two of them. But I think she wanted to be short and punchy and probably go talk to this surprise witness over lunchtime.
All right, we have a ton more questions. I do want to try to get this one in before, because I know people keep asking this, but somebody asked, could Juliana's plea deal be changed based on her testimonies on the stand? And there's a couple different answers to this. I know we had her plea agreement in front of us. I think it's still here.
Yep.
But could her testimony be changed because of the way she testified?
I don't think
her agreement.
Yeah, her agreement says that the Commonwealth recommends a certain sentence. It's obviously still up to the judge. As we've discussed, I don't think that the judge will deviate from the agreement or the recommendation, or else nobody would ever make agreements. So they needed her, the Commonwealth did, and that's what they did.
All right, thank you so much, Frank Salvedo. We're going to take you back into the courtroom. It does look like Brendan is getting on the stand as we speak, so let's head in there and see what else is about to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
We have names.
Can you just get
Yours first, yours is faster.
Everybody have microphones, please. Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there was an exhibit in Commonwealth's Exhibit 159,
159?
which was the firearm sale purchase, and there was some information that,
159, I have firearm transaction record.
yes, and there were social security numbers and other identifiers on there, and I'm
All right,
just
so you
asking
want
that they
to
be.
redact the social security numbers?
That's fine, and I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome. 159,
159.
thank you.
We'll get that. All right, that's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
That's all I have.
All right,
I have information. Judge, during the break, a gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of two jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of
Okay.
it, but that would have been overheard by two of the jurors.
all right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure. All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. And then we're going to resubmit to Shannon. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, you were asked on cross-examination as to your decisions relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911 yourself?
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish-type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
Yes. Originally, she denied it and said
Objection, hearsay?
Sustained.
You can't say what she said,
Okay.
but you confronted her about it?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do?
Objection, leading?
What, if any, of those things, why? Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017, 2018.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection, leading?
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And as far as you can tell, were there ever any other instances where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a...
Objection, hearsay?
You can't tell what she said.
Okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there, how were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, this one. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her, relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Now, in terms of your testimony and some of the letters that you wrote there, you, in the letters, contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
I believe that Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he could potentially have had access to. So I view that Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me?
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay, and you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. If you can have a seat next to your attorney.